Welcome back, everyone. It's Monday, March 9th, 8:37 a.m., 7 of 7 board members present. We have one more for public testimony. Mr. Roy Ashenfelter from Nome, former chair of the AC out there, and we'll have him come up and give his testimony. Are you ready, Mr. Ashenfelter?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Fish, thank you. I'm Roy Ashenfelter, born and raised in Nome. I'm from White Mountain, but I live in Nome. I am a hunter subsistence person for our region, for my family. I've been crabbing, subsistence crabbing, since I was a boy. So that's what I'm here to talk to you about, is the lack of crabbing for subsistence users. There's a couple methods that I've used. One is hand lining, the other one is crab pots, and I think most people are familiar with the crab pot situation. The last couple years, you could see as a subsistence crabber, we would start in January and kind of go till March. Some people could go till April. But my nephew and I, we've been crabbing for the last 20 years. And the last few years, especially this year, the crab opportunity to catch crab is really, really low. We put a pot out, we got 2 crab, and both of them were small. We put our crab pots right in front of Nome. So I'm here to ask the Board of Fish to consider drastic measures to close the commercial fishery for crab. I think it's important. The resource is limited. Even with the commercial crab that's currently going on, even last summer, didn't quite yield any productive numbers for those fishermen to continue crabbing on a commercial ticket. So the resource is certainly depleted. You could probably point to a number of different reasons, but the whole point is that the resource is very limited. And as a subsistence crabber, what I get, maybe 50 a winter, or maybe 60 throughout the winter, like in 3 months, maybe 80, depending on where you're at. And if you want to move around to catch more crab, you can do that. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's important to make a change that would help preserve the resource there for all users, for an opportunity to have this crab rebound. And I think that would certainly benefit the resource. Just a real brief history, we did have a Tier 2 fishery in our region, so we've experienced that. It's nothing new for us to make these drastic changes to help preserve the resource. So anyway, those are my comments. I am going to be participating in the committee this afternoon, but I did want to make the public comment period here, and I just got in last night, so hence the reason I'm here this morning. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any board questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda, we move into Committee of the Whole work. Before that, we have some instructions, information for everyone. In order to maximize public participation in the information received by the board utilizes a combination of the Committee of the Whole and separate board committees to provide additional review of the proposals that are before the board for consideration. For this meeting, the board will utilize exclusively the Committee of the Whole process. With Committee of the Whole, any member of the public may participate as there is no sign-up necessary. For this meeting, there are 3 committees or groups. We will run each committee one after the other. Each committee will have a new board member serve as chair. The committee runs through the proposals as you see in the roadmap. Generally, the proposal author is asked to provide opening justification for the proposal upon which anyone may ask to be heard. We are focused on new information. We are here to gain information from the public and not answer questions. Once participants begin repeating themselves, the chair will move to the next proposal. Upon completion of the committee groupings and after a suitable break, the board will commence deliberations on those proposals. The purpose of this procedure is to permit deliberations on proposals within the committee of the whole, while the public input is still fresh in the minds of the board members, and to allow those who do not need to attend the meeting any longer than necessary the option of leaving if they so desire. I caution anyone who has an interest in a proposal to consider staying around for at least 24 hours after the vote on a proposal to see if there's any attempt to reconsider the vote. Copies of the board's general policy and practice statements on use of the board's committees are available from the executive director for those who are interested. Parliamentary procedures for the committee work will follow the New England Town-style meeting. Board committee chairs will attempt to manage meetings in a manner that encourages exchange of ideas, solutions to complex issues, and resolution of misunderstandings. Committee meetings are intended to provide opportunities for additional information gathering and at times for dispute resolution. Committees are not a forum for debate nor a platform for repeating information already received through public testimony. During board committee meetings, advisory committee representatives may express both the official positions of their committee as well as their personal views. We ask, however, that they identify which of the two positions they are stating. The board recognizes the AC representatives as knowledgeable fisheries leaders and believes they must be able to function freely during the committee meetings. The first committee of the whole will be led by Board Member Godfrey. Mr. Godfrey, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to be asking whoever is the sponsor of the proposal if they're available to open up and speak on that first. And in the event someone who is the sponsor of the proposal is not here, I'm going to look for anyone who wants to speak in support of it before I look for anyone who wants to speak in general about it or in opposition to it. If I sense or can make a determination that someone is going to speak in support of a proposal and someone else is going to speak in opposition to it, I will call on people in such order. The reality is I probably won't have any sense of that. So with that, we will go ahead and start with Proposal 244. Yes. Just let me know.
We'll take a 15-minute break and get this ironed out. Thank you.
Pop in their name. So I'm the only Hutter. So like, you know, if it's part of that name, so type in like somebody up like your name, or Smith.
I think they were both on at the same time, which makes neither of them work. Alright, my turn. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, just always leave it on.
Welcome back, everyone. 7 of 7 board members present, 8:53 a.m. I'll add a little more information on instructions before Mr. Godfrey starts. So for this process, the chair of the committee will ask the department to read the summary of the proposal and then ask if the proposer is present. If so, they can speak first. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand to be recognized, and please stand and speak directly into the microphone and indicate your name and who you represent. Chair Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so I will go ahead and start with the Prince William Sound Area Commercial King Crab, 2 proposals. First proposal, 244. Staff, please.
For the record, Chair Godfrey, my name is Jan Rumble. I'm the Area Management Biologist for Commercial Fisheries in Prince William Sound Shellfish. Proposal 244, this would allow the department to issue commissioner's permits for commercial king crab fisheries in the northern and western districts of the Prince William Sound area. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have the sponsor of the proposed proposal here.
Hi. Yeah, basically, I'm the author of 244. My name's McKenna O'Toole. I'm CDFU Shellfish Division Chair, and I also sit on the Cordova Advisory Committee. The author for 245 isn't here today, but I believe that both these proposals are pretty in line with each other, and so I might just speak broadly across the 2 of them. We have submitted RC22, which I don't think got passed out to you guys yet, but it kind of specifies, you know, that these would just be about golden king crab, and red and blue king crab would still be closed until stocks return. At this point, the department has been very engaging with us working on these proposals and trying to come up with something we can all agree on. I think at this point, everybody's in agreement that these stocks need to be assessed. It's just a matter of how to go about it. And the department seems to maybe be leaning toward test fisheries, and the stakeholders that I represent are very opposed to test fisheries, not just on the principle of the fact of taking a public resource and giving it into the hands of the government to auction off to the highest bidder. You know, we understand why we're looking for funding resources like this, but we feel that it's a slippery slope that could lead to a generation of sharecroppers. Our other concern with the test fisheries for the brown king crab specifically is that it's an incredibly technical fishery to try to land these pots at 300 plus fathoms on a cliff and account for drift. And you need heavy pots and heavy gear to be able to do it. And the way that the test fisheries are given out, it goes to whoever bids the most to the department. And so it has no merits of your boat's abilities or of the captain's competency. And we will be relying on one person to gather the data that will decide the future of this fishery. And so we would much prefer to operate under a commissioner's permit. You get a broader data set, you get more participants, and honestly, you probably get more serious, realistic people participating. We understand that the department needs funding for these resources, and that's something that they're running to statewide. And we would really like to see a way that we could assess these developing fisheries. Just recently in Prince William Sound, you know, we just started a tanner crab fishery. And then this year, despite industry's objections, the department is currently conducting a test fishery for tanner crab in the portions of Prince William Sound that aren't able to be fished by the commissioner's permit. The money generated from this test fishery will be roughly about $20,000. The dockside value of our fishery last year, 5% of that would have been $20,000. And so if we can find a way to assess these fisheries and we can help contribute to our own management costs, that would be kind of the long-term goal. I'd like to point out too that these commissioner's permits have a lot of flexibility. The department can structure these so many different ways to make sure that they're getting the data that they need, and it gives a fisherman an opportunity for everybody to participate, not just a few. we worry that if we go with a test fishery program and continue these test fisheries, it's going to just be a couple of people that are putting in incredibly high bids, and the rest of us won't have access to this resource. The other thing I'd like to point out too is that, you know, the brown crab, as we've seen in Southeast, their populations cycle rather rapidly. And so we feel that time is of the essence. And, you know, our tanner crab fishery was closed for 30 years. And in 2016, the department issued a test fishery to try to assess stocks. It, for lack of a better word, was kind of a disaster. It went to one boat, so we only relied on one boat to go gather all this data. They got a third of the way through the year that they were supposed to and quit. It was another 2 years after that we finally were able to get a commissioner's permit. In 2017, the board with the department and the stakeholders came up with this commissioner's permit fishery. We executed the first fishery in 2018, and we're still currently fishing now. And so the stakeholders feel that the only way to really move forward and assess a fishery is by having a fishery. Yeah, I guess that's about all I have to say on that right now. And I don't know, do you have anything you want to add? Or
Thank you.
questions?
My name is Chelsea Haseman. I'm the Executive Director of Cordova District Fishermen United. A few things that I wanted to touch on with this proposal is that there is currently a subsistence fishery for golden king crab in Prince William Sound. Unfortunately, it's incredibly difficult to access this for subsistence users who may not have the appropriate equipment or may have a smaller vessel. And so we feel that a commercial fishery actually is a better way for our community to be able to utilize this resource if we are sending several boats out and they're able to come and bring it back and sell it over the dock. This has been done in the tanner crab fishery, and it actually was wildly successful. There was quite a few fishermen that were able to bring that back into our community and allow the local residents to use that resource. And we would hope that we could have this access with king crab as well. McKenna kind of spoke to some of our concerns with the test fishery and the natural swings in crab populations, so I won't touch on those. One of the things that we've been attempting to discuss with the department is potentially a sunset for this regulation. The end goal here is to get a management plan in place that's appropriate for the region and the time. This hasn't been updated in 20 years, and it's one of those things that we'd just like to look at a little more in depth.
Question from a board member.
Yeah, either you or the previous speaker could address it. I agree with the direction you're trying to take to explore, the fishery, and I understand why you want to go with the permit system as opposed to the test fishery, in that it gives you more boats in the water and you have more opportunity to see a wider breadth of what's actually down there. But the test fishery, as pointed out, would generate revenues that would fund basically that project. To me, I don't know that we meet the terms of a permit system statutorily, whereas you clearly would under a test fishery. Would you be amenable to having the permits authorized subject to the funding mechanism being put in place that you described earlier?
Absolutely. If we understand the department's hands are tied with budgetary concerns. And if the only way to have a fishery is to come up with our own funding to pay for the management, we are more than willing to come up with that any way necessary. And even if we have to donate it out of our own pockets, we would rather do that than have a test fishery.
If you would take some time today to talk to whomever in the department, and I imagine you start with Mr. Raybung, and he'll send you to the correct person and see what would be needed to accomplish that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we've been talking to the department, and we plan to continue to on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this to McKenna or Chelsea. So I know in your proposal, you just basically say have the department do it, and I don't know what's in your RC, but do you have any thoughts on season length, timing, pot limits? When it's helpful to get the details in front of board members, on things like this.
Yeah, and so Originally the proposal proposed, I think it was 15 pots for, I forget the duration. But the thing is that we decided to leave the language as broad as we could to give the department the most flexibility. And honestly, we've been talking with the department, and some of the numbers that we've been talking about have been for seasons as short as 3 days with 10 pots per boat and daily mandatory reporting. And so the department retains the authority to shut this fishery down on 24-hour notice if the CPUs or anything is concerning. And we could definitely work with the department to get specific regulation put in there, but kind of the point of these commissioners' permits is the flexibility that they offer and that it gives the department the full discretion to set those in the parameters that they're comfortable with. But, yeah.
Any further comments on this proposal? Hearing none, we'll move to the next proposal. Staff.
Mr. Chair, are you going to take up 245-2, or are you grouping?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. So proposal 245, this would allow the department to issue commissioner's permits for commercial king crab fisheries in the Prince William Sound area if a king crab fishery has not been prosecuted in the past 5 years. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I understand from previous comment that this was in line with the other, and the sponsor for this proposal is not here. If there's anything further that anyone wishes to state on this, you can. We don't need to repeat anything, otherwise that's fine.
I'd just like to reference my comments on the previous proposal, and also I forgot to mention, in the index of public comment, you'll see that the City of Cordova and NVE and the Cordova Advisory Committee have all written in support of both of these proposals.
Thank you very much for making that point. Mr. Jensen, question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed on the heading here, it says for any king crab. Is that what you're not specific to any one, golden, red, blue?
So this is not my proposal. Bob Smith authored this proposal, and I do believe that he wants any king crab.
Well, the previous proposal, is that for any?
The previous proposal, that was a mistype. In our RC, we specify golden king crab only.
Okay, so one's golden and one's any. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment? Seeing none, we'll move to the next group of 3 proposals, Cook Inlet Area Tanner Crab Subsistence. 246, please, staff.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 246. This would adopt amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence for crab stocks in the Cook Inlet area outside the Anchorage, Matsu, Kenai non-subsistence area. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have the author of the proposal in the room?
Oh.
Yes, this is Robin Dublin, Southern Region Program Manager for Subsistence.
Go ahead.
This proposal is an opportunity to recognize that there is not an ANS for this crab stock, and it provides an opportunity for us to discuss potential options for one. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to comment on this? Questions from the board? Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the department. Have there been requests for this, or is it just something you think needs to be done?
Through the chair, there have not been a request. We just recognized that there was not an ANS for this stock and thought it would be an opportunity to discuss it.
Follow up, please. So is the stock presently being used for subsistence?
Through the chair, yes, it is.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions from the board? Further comments? Seeing none. Oh, go ahead, Ms.
So does the department have any recommendations? I mean, what are your, there's no numbers in here for 4 that you're talking about, so I'm kind of curious what the department's thoughts were in submitting this proposal, aside from it might be a good opportunity to talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Through the chair, we have submitted a report that has options in it for your review, and we have 4 options plus one of the options is to take no action.
Thanks.
Okay. Next proposal, please, staff.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 247. This would align Tanner crab subsistence seasons for the entire Cook Inlet area, coordinate subsistence and sport seasons, eliminate regulatory area closure dates mid-season, and implement seasonal Tanner crab harvest limits. And as I talked about yesterday in my presentation, this is really just kind of updating our harvest strategy after some changes that we made 3 years ago, or that you made 3 years ago. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comment and support. Any comments in opposition? Questions from the board members? Seeing none, we'll move to the next proposal.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 254. This would allow the use of crab rings in the Cook Inlet, Resurrection Bay, saltwater area, Tanner crab limited subsistence fishery, and establish limits on the number of ring nets allowed in the standard subsistence fishery. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Support, comments and support, please. Any comments in opposition? Questions from staff? From the board? Seeing none, we will move to, yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Just for the record, could the department offer an explanation of the ring net process for catching these crab?
Through the chair, Mr. Johnson, ring nets are a common way. When I lived in the southeast, people use ring nets to fish for Tanner crab, and basically they can be dropped on the bottom. They become flat. They have bait in the middle of them. And then when they're pulled up, they kind of come up on the sides and trap the crab. So it was inadvertent for us not to include this in our harvest plan, and we're not opposed to it. It was offered up by the public, and I think that we're happy putting it into the regulations, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Seeing none, we will move to the next group of proposals. Cook Inlet Area Tanner Crab Sport, 6 proposals. Proposal 248, staff, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Mike Booz, Lower Cook Inlet Sport Fish Area Manager. Proposal 248 would establish a seasonal limit of 40 Tanner crab in the standard sport fishery and 20 Tanner crab in the limited fishery in the Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comments in support? Any comments in opposition? Questions from board members? Seeing none, we will move to Proposal 249, please, staff.
Proposal 249 would align the season dates for all areas in the standard Tanner crab sport fishery in the Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any comments in support? Opposition? Questions from board? Seeing none, we will move to the next proposal, 250, please, staff.
Proposal 250 would enact an appeal process for the failure to report for Tanner crab sport fishery online harvest recording form in the Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Have any comments in support? Comments in opposition? Question from Board Member Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has this become a problem? People not reporting and then not be able to get their permit the next year, and they're looking for an appeal process, or is it just a clarification or trying to make it? What's going on right now?
Through the chair to Mr. Jensen, there currently is already regulatory language for the appeal process with permitting in the subsistence and personal use fisheries. this being a sport fishery, we don't have the appeal process actually outlined, and so we've submitted this proposal to have the same language as subsistence and personal use fisheries.
So it's housekeeping-like, thanks.
Any further questions from the board? Seeing none, staff, next proposal, please.
Proposal 251 would require 2 escape mechanisms per pot in the Tanner crab sport fishery for the Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any comments in support? Comments in opposition? Questions from the board? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks. How long does it take for that thread to biodegrade, roughly, in the water?
Through the chair to Ms. Carlson Van Dort, I'm not completely sure, but we would assume that it would take a couple months for it. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It depends on the twine size. If it's 30 weight, and depends on the time of the year, depends on the water. It depends on a whole bunch of things, but generally for Tanner crab, I think it's 30 weight, and that'll go out in 3-4 weeks. And then for pots with, for like Dungeness, the 60 weight twine, which is twice as big as 30 weight, it'll last almost a summer in a dungy pot down in southeast, but they do start going after 6 or 8 weeks. So, and it really dependent on what the water's doing and all sorts of other factors too. And if you got good cotton in the first place, it's a natural substance, so the buyers tend to sell what they have in stock, holdover in stock first, so that stuff doesn't last as long as the stuff that's new. So it's just a lot of variables, but it does work. It does open up and let the crab out so they don't fish forever.
Thanks for sharing that tidbit, Mr. Jensen. Staff?
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, this was a proposal that was submitted by the public, but we currently already have regulations, that are in our book that define all the escape mechanisms and the bioline. So this is altering it, but we already have it in regulation right now. So, and it's been in there for quite a while, Mr. Chair.
You're saying this is modifying it, but it's not purely redundant in its language?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, another quick question for staff. I probably know this, but what he's asking for is 2 biodegradable panels, not extra hard rings for escapement panels. He's asking for the 2 biodegradable.
Through the chair to Mr. Jensen, that's correct. He's asking for a secondary line on the pots.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Wood?
Along the same lines, and that is not currently in regulation, correct?
That is not.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? No comments? Next proposal, 252, staff, please.
Proposal 252 would establish a seasonal limit between 36 and 48 Tanner crab in the sport fishery in the Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any comments in support? Questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll move to the next proposal. Proposal 253, please. Staff?
Proposal 253 would allow the use of crab rings in the limited Tanner crab sport fishery and limit the number of crab rings in the standard sport fishery in the Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any comments in support? Comments in opposition? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for staff. So right now, this is the same as Prince William Sound. It's not in regulations. You just want to get it in there because it's a good way to harvest.
Through the chair to Mr. Jensen, currently the limited sport fishery in the Cook Inlet Res Bay area doesn't allow the use of crab rings at all. It's limited to pots only. The standard fishery has the use of crab rings currently. this proposal would limit the number to be the same as the pot limit for each area.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Seeing none, we will move to the next group of proposals, which is a group of one, Cook Inlet Area Tanner Crab Commercial. One proposal, 255. Staff, please.
Proposal 255, this would amend the commercial and non-commercial thresholds and management based on thresholds for Cook Inlet Area Tanner Crab Fishery. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Have comments in support? Anyone? Comments in opposition? Board questions? Seeing none, we will move to the next proposal, Upper Cook Inlet Area Salmon Sport. Proposal 284, please.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the record. Matt Miller, Division of Sport Fish, Cook Inlet Management Coordinator. The proposal 284 is one that comes to us from the Upper Cook Inlet meeting. It would amend the size limit for the Kenai River early run king salmon sport fishery from 36 inches to 34 inches. It would make it consistent with the size limit in the Kenai River late run king salmon management plan. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comments from anyone in the audience in support? Anyone in opposition? Board questions? Seeing none, we will move to the next proposal, Southeast Area Commercial Salmon. One proposal, proposal 277. Staff, please.
So yes. I'll take that one, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thanks. So proposal 277 would expand the waters open to a troll fishery targeting hatchery-produced chum salmon during the summer troll fishery closures in Crawfish Inlet and West Crawfish Inlet in southeast Alaska near Sitka, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have any comments in support? In the front row, please.
Thank you. Steve Reifenstiel, General Manager, NSRA. I draw your attention to RC 24. This was requested by board member Mr. Wood, and this is simply the numbers that I cited yesterday in the public testimony, plus the graphic on the second page to back that up. This proposal is quite simple. The day before this, if this were implemented, the day before there'd be 80, 90 trollers trolling in a larger area than what's being proposed here. This is only for the period of the Coho troll closure. If there were no closure in some particular year, which happens, then the trollers would be continue trolling in the area that's even larger than what's proposed here. And it's also true the day after the closure, Coho troll closure, when it opens up again, they'd be back fishing in a larger area. So this just provides an opportunity that was missed last year, and it resulted in about 80,000 fish being caught during that period because it was kind of at the peak of the run. And also the trollers, there's a southeast allocation plan that kind of governs the 3 gear groups, and there's an attempt being made to raise the trollers allocation proportion because they're roughly 10 percentage points below their allocation at this time. I have plenty more I could say, so if there are questions, I'll take those, but for now, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Do we have any other Mr. Jensen has a question, I believe, for you.
Although I'm conflicted out, I just wanted to ask a question to Mrs. Reifenstiel. Are the fish better quality? You know, it's better to catch them early, and this area specifically was put into effect for trollers to enhance their allocation, to bring it up to a higher level, correct?
Correct. The NSRA board has designated this project as a troll priority. And yes, they're higher quality fish. When the fish are taken by trollers, of course, they're taken one by one on a single hook and dressed, and so they are fairly on average, higher quality than a seine caught fish. So the price commanded in the troll fishery here is generally can be a nickel to a dime greater than in the seine fishery in the same area.
Thank you.
Mr.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Steve. So in your PC 27, you're I'm looking at the map, and you're talking about that turnaround area.
Yes.
And maybe this is a question for the department. Do we need some substitute language to add that in there if we so choose to do that? Deputy Director Bowers?
Through the chair, Mr. Payton, I'm just pulling up you said that was PC 27. I just want to compare that to what we have in our staff comments.
Okay, thanks. While you're doing that, do you have anything to say, Steve?
Yes, so I worked with the department, the troll biologist, Grant Hagerman. These coordinates are taken from him, that's in PC 27, to make sure it aligned with what the department was agreeable to. And so we changed it from the original, and that's why I submitted it as an alternative.
Thank you.
Mr. Payton, I took a look at PC 27, and I think those coordinates will work for us. So, thanks.
Steve, quick question. When you were referencing the boat, the number of boats, you said 80 to 90?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any further board questions? Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, that concludes Committee of the Whole Group 1. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Great job. We'll take a 15-minute break and come back and continue. Thank you.
Yeah, they're both.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We have 7 of 7 board members present. 10 a.m. Before we continue with our Committee of the Whole work, we have a couple Excellence in Service AC awards. One for Jacob Ivanoff and the other for Wes Jones from Southern Norton Sound AC. With long-standing members stepping down, the Southern Norton Sound AC's leadership vacuum was short-lived. With a challenge to remain active, Jacob Ivanoff and Wes Jones are providing the leadership and guidance needed to keep the region's voice active. We recognize both for their dedication to the AC process. Jacob has served as secretary for the AC and stepped up to carry out the officer duties to make sure the AC was able to meet and hold elections this cycle. His leadership and knowledge just got him elected as chair in December. Wes has written a number of proposals for the Southern Norton Sound AC and is very knowledgeable for the regulatory issues that affect the area. Please join me in congratulating Jacob and Wes in receiving their awards. Thank you both. Next Committee of the Whole is Group 2, Norton Sound Commercial King Crab, Bristol Bay Area Commercial Salmon, Kuskokwim Area Subsistence Salmon, and Freshwater Sport Fishing. 7 proposals total. Before we pass this along to Mr. Payton, I'll go over the instructions again. The department will be asked to read the summary of the proposal. Then we'll ask if the proposer is present. If so, they may speak first. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand to be recognized. Please stand and speak directly into the microphone and indicate your name and whom you represent. Chair Payton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll start off with Group 2, and we'll have the department read each one to the record as we go. So we'll kick it off with Proposal 273.
Good morning. Through the chair, members of the board, for the record, my name is Chuck Brazil. I'm the AYK Regional Management Coordinator for the Division of Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 273. This proposal would move the earliest start date of the winter through the ice commercial fishery from January 1 to February 1, or correction, January 15th to February 1.
Thank you. Would the Norton Sound Fish and Game AC like to lead off on this?
Thank you. Charlie Lean, Chair of Northern Norton Sound AC. The proposal was intended to shorten the season, in the coldest part of the winter. We've seen extreme pot loss, and we felt that was partially due to the effect of people leapfrogging each other out further and further to get a better chance at the crab. So that puts them on very thin ice, sometimes 6-inch thick sea ice, and so then it's very prone to tearing off and pot loss. So the intent is to minimize that. It's also that time of year is usually pretty cold, so you bring a load of crab to the ice and you dump them on the ice to sort them out. You pick all the keepers, throw them in your tank, and then you get around to putting the undersized females back. By that time, there's frost damage to the antennae, the eye stalk, which is critical to their molt, and just generally impairs the crab's survival. So high handling mortality, high pot loss. That's our intent. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this proposal? Any board questions? Oh, yeah, go ahead, sir.
I'd just like to say that, within the last...
Could you state your name for the record?
Sorry. My name is Jacob Avanoff. I'm the chair for the Southern Norton Sound. And during our discussion on this proposal is that we had an elder there stating that the ice is no longer the same from when he was a kid, is that when he was younger, that the ice would stay year-round, and now we don't have that consistency in the ice staying connected to the shore. And that goes with this year also, is that if you look at Mr. Lean's slideshow from yesterday, is that you can see the pictures in Nome that there is no ice connecting to the shore. And the same thing in Unalakleet, we're getting ice, it got 3 feet thick, but last month it blew out, and some of us were going to set pots, but that ice just went away. So.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Board questions? All right, next proposal, please.
Through the chair, members of the board, Proposal 274. If a crab pot is lost in the winter through the ice commercial fishery, the permit holder would not be allowed to set a replacement pot.
All right, this was put in by the Norton Sound AC again. Go ahead, Mr. Lean.
Hello, I wrote this for the Northern Norton Sound AC as well. So currently there's a 20-pot limit for winter permit holders, and if you lose your pots, you can go to the department and get a replacement pot tag or pot sticker. And so it's basically unlimited. You lost pots, you just keep cycling through. We've seen incredible pot loss here for about 4 years with poor ice and just the incentive of a good price on the crab. So this was a major source of frustration. We don't think that generally the subsistence pots are lost at the same rate because people tend fewer pots, and it's more difficult for a subsistence person to replace his lost pot, her lost pot. So the pot loss has become or the pots have become a consumable commodity, and we object to that. So we think if they were limited each year, then people would take more care about losing their pots, and it would go a long way to reducing pot loss.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Charlie. So I think you or someone else mentioned that basically hands or employees can get permits now too, and so would passing this accomplish what the AC wants to do, or would there be a loophole workaround that people would do, you think?
I don't think there's much of a loophole this time. We dropped it from 40 to 20 a few years back, but so if a person loses their pots, they're out of business, and I don't anticipate a loophole there.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment on this from the public? Any board questions? All right, next proposal, please.
Through the chair, members of the board, Proposal 275 would allow a person or vessel to continue fishing with a pot gear within 14 days prior to the start of the Norton Sound Red King crab fishery if that person or a vessel was targeting Pacific cod.
All right, Mr. Jones, would you like to lead this one off?
Okay, this proposal...
Could you state your name for the record?
Wes Jones. I'm here with Norton Sound Economic Development Corporation, and I submitted these proposals on the request of some of the fishermen. The overall issue is that they've been looking at trying to diversify away from red king crab, and if you look at the way the regs are, that you have a 2-week closure, these two proposals, this one and the next one together, but you have a 2-week closure before if you're doing some type of other pot fishing before the red king crab season, and a 2-week closure after the season. So the way the fishermen were looking at it, we're losing a month of possible fishing for something else with pot gear when we have basically a 4-month season out there, 4 months of open water. So it's how can we reduce that month-long closure. Jumping ahead to the next proposal, it is in regulation that once you the explanation within the department comments is that once you deregister for red king crab, you can go immediately pot fishing. So that cuts this front window down to only a 2-week closure. So that is very helpful right there. The only thing on the front end is that there's some opportunity in the month of June, whereas this basically the red king crab fishery has been opening sometime the last 4 or 5 days of June. So you still have a lot of June loss. So if there was a way that we could, instead of go 14 days, go just 7. I know that I wrote the proposal at 0 days, and the idea I thought Fish and Game would come forward and say, no, we don't agree with 0 days, but we would, be willing to look at, say, 7 days or some type of area closures. In my discussions with them so far, they have not come forward. They've not stated that there was any other option that they were looking at, or that a compromise there. That's all.
All right, I have a quick question for you while you still have the mic. Yes. So, as you mentioned, basically, by the deregistration after the season, that goes towards your other proposal, 276, that kind of takes care of it. But on 275, that focuses on before the season.
Yes, sir.
And you're interested, the way it is now, you can't fish within 14 days of it, and you're interested in maybe allowing that to 7. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be 7, or another idea I had, but how complex you make a proposal when you first, is the other idea is if we drew a line, most of the red king crab fishing area is in the east of the Norton Sound district. So if we drew a line, north-south line there, say west of an area, Sledge Island, and said you can't pot fish east of that line, that's another possible solution, or a 7-day and a line you can't go east of. I think there's some ways to get around, because one of the things is that the Norton Sound Crab District is rather large, even though when we're focusing on red king crab, it's a fairly small area within the whole district. So there's an area component there too, sir.
All right, thank you. Some good ideas there. Mr. Lean, go ahead.
So, Charlie Lean, Northern Norton Sound AC. We heard these proposals in 275. We had a minority opposed with concern to 2 of our members voted against it for fear of enforceability, and we wanted to see some time separation, or they wanted to see some time separation there. We were unanimous in support of the next proposal at the end of the season because of our concern for diversification and other opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, go ahead.
Thank you. And I think the question is addressed actually to Mr. Jones. And I just want to talk about 275 now and put 276 off to the side. We'll get to it later. But the department raised an issue about a possibility that the fair start would be somehow jeopardized, which of course is part of our policy. Do any of the alternatives which you were discussing just now address that concern of the department?
This is Wes Jones. My view is that if you put 7 days, or if we had a line that in order to pot cod they had to fish west of, they wouldn't be in the area that you're looking for red king crab, so that it would be a fair start. But that would be in my view, that's a question that the department would have to answer about.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Scott Kent. I'm an CDC quota analyst. I manage the CDQ cod fishery for our organization. And one of the things we've tried to do in recent years in the wake of a highly capitalized a highly capitalized crab fishery and a lot of dependency on it. We've tried to provide other off-ramps, other alternative fisheries for our local fleet. And one of them is a small boat cod fishery, and it's still in its infancy. It's getting off the ground, but anything the department can do, the board, in your wisdom, to try to facilitate and alleviate some of these enforcement concerns would be really helpful, especially in the month of June. In a month of June, in a low crab GHL year, it could be a real shot in the arm for some of our fishermen. So I hope we could support this proposal.
All right, any more comments on that? Mr. Jensen? Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's for one of the speakers. Is there a way to configure these pots so they don't catch king crab and while you're trying to catch codfish?
Wes Jones, Mr. Jensen, yes, that they can put bars in the openings of the king crab pot so they will not catch king crab, and that's something that could be done also.
Thank you.
If I may, I can add on that too. They can even go further with the excluder bars. There's some new gear that Dungeness Gearworks is configuring with high-tension bungee cords and sock tunnels that only allow the fish to enter, and they're at a steep angle, so the crab have a hard time getting in the pot in the first place.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I thought there might be an answer to that.
Any other board questions? Any more from the public? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next proposal.
Through the chair, members of the board, Proposal 276 would allow a person or vessel to operate commercial Pacific cod pods, after the closure of the commercial king crab fishery in which that person or vessel previously participated in.
All right, thank you. So we heard quite a bit about this in the public testimony and committee of the whole. Do you have anything new to add? Did you mention you pulled the proposal or were thinking about it?
Mr. Payton, Wes Jones here. I have not pulled the proposal, but that is something that I can do if you would like. In the department's comments for this, one of the reasons I put this proposal in at the time proposals were due, I was not able to get an answer about this. Was deregistering from king crab fishing going to allow pot fishing? So I went ahead and put the proposal. That question has been answered, and I feel the proposal is no longer really needed, so I can pull the proposal if you would like.
I don't have a preference, but yeah, whatever you want to do, but it sounds like you got resolution to your issue.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one? Any board questions? All right, next proposal, please.
Mr. Chairman, Tim Sands, Area Management Biologist for the west side of Bristol Bay. This proposal would allow the use of dual permit drift gillnet operations in Bristol Bay when the Naknek River Special Harvest Area is open. Mr. Chairman.
All right, who would like to lead this one off? Go ahead, Robert. Right behind you, Charity. There you go. He's sneaky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submitted this proposal, and the changes we're seeing in the Bay, obviously, that got me to submit the proposal was when the Naknek Special Harvest Area was implemented in the 2018 season and the 2019 season. Before that, there was a lengthy period of time where there was no need for it. And the other changes, of course, we're very fortunate to be observing large, robust returns to the Bristol Bay. There appears to be a change in run timing. Historically, give or take a few days around the 4th of July, Bristol Bay would peak in basically all the districts, and it seems like that isn't quite the same anymore between the districts. And the percentage of permit holders that are participating in the dual permit regulation. Probably equally important is the opportunity for Bristol Bay watershed residents who want to enter into the fishery. This is a heck of an opportunity for them. Along with this is they're eligible for BBEDC, which is the Bristol Bay CDQ Group's program of financial assistance in purchasing a permit, excuse me. Just a brief explanation on a general way that an individual who comes on board with a permit works in Bristol Bay. And, you know, obviously there's a lot of different variations of it, but, you know, if you come on board without a permit, you're a crew member. You come on board with a permit, you bring extra value to the operation, therefore you're compensated for that. What happened in 2018 when NACNIC was in the special harvest area for 5 days, it's my understanding that many of those people suddenly were classified as a regular crew member. And and that's an issue for them, especially most of the new entries have their permits financed either through CFAB or the state of Alaska. The other thing I mentioned is that you know, this regulation is to protect Kvichak River sockeye, and the section that I'm referring to really doesn't have anything to do with conservation of Kvichak sockeye. So maybe it's something that needs to be addressed, obviously, is why I'm here today. The other thing that's a huge problem is when these are implemented, the boats are required to take the extra gear off and store it. And, you know, with the tidal issues and whatnot in Bristol Bay, that most, I would say just about 90+% of that gear gets put on a tender. And if that tender leaves, you don't know when it's coming back because it might get put in another district for a while. So you have the possibility, unless you can access your extra gear, when the regulation does come back, is removed, you might be fishing with 50 fathoms less. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Any other comments from the public on this one? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joe Chitlick, current chairman of Nushagak Advisory Committee. I guess as I mentioned yesterday, this proposal came before the Nushagak Advisory Committee at our last meeting. And I wanted to mention that I've worked with Mr. Hayano for many years. He and I became part of a Nushagak Advisory Committee in the late 70s, and we participated in the board process through many years. So I think of most people from Bristol Bay, Mr. Hayano and I are probably more aware of what goes on the board process. Another thing I didn't disclose yesterday as well is that I worked for the board for 21 years as a regulatory program assistant, and from 1988 until 2009 when I retired. And as a coordinator, my job was to ensure that the public was aware of what proposals came before the communities affected, whichever committee that people were representatives of. Nushagak is comprised of several villages, 2 villages from up, 3 villages, so I guess actually 4 from up Nushagak River, and then Dillingham proper, and Aleknagik, Manakotak, Clarks Point, Togiak, Manakotak. So all of these folks comprise the membership of the committee. And And I guess my point is that the first time I think most of the folks that were attending the meeting knew that this proposal was there for your discussion at this time, was at that meeting. You know, the advisory committee has been part of the board process for many years, and most people that live in the region have learned to depend on coming to advisory committee if they have an issue, and at that time debate whether the proposal merits going before or merits support or opposition to for what merit the proposal is. But anyway, if I recall, Mr. Hayano was not at the meeting at January when we had the meeting, and I think maybe if he was there, he may have been able to present some of the stuff that I just heard now as to reasons why he submitted a proposal. But in a proposal, as you see, none of that is addressed. So I guess my concern as a longtime proponent of a public process this Board of Fish has always been is that we be careful that we don't never allow anyone, regardless of who they are, to circumvent a process to where some agenda comes on the board that nobody has a chance to really spend time in trying to develop pros and cons and understand it and come up with a real strong support either way. But anyway, I stand, I guess, on what Nushagak Advisory Committee mentioned in our minutes that show that the Nushagak Advisory Committee opposed this proposal. And I hope that the board will not allow it to be adopted at this meeting, and hopefully that the action will be no action or maybe even tabled until the next Bristol Bay cycle. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Very, very wise words of advice there for the board. Anyone else have questions, or not questions, but would like to comment on this? Any board questions? All right, next proposal, please.
Through the chair, members of the board, again for the record, my name is Chuck Brazil. Proposal 280. This proposal would modify subsistence set gillnet specifications and operations during times of king salmon conservation. Specifically, gillnet mesh size may not exceed 6 inches, net length may not exceed 60 feet, and nets may only be operated as a set net, with no placement limitations in relation to the high water mark.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone here from the organized village of Queethluck? Mr. Charles, go ahead.
Thank you. What I mentioned yesterday when I testified was the people in my region, all up and down the Kuskokwim, from Tuluksak on down, they agreed to get rid of that 4-inch mesh, and they see nothing but 6 inch on the net size, and they didn't see about 5 or 5.5. So that time when they put that proposal down. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this proposal? Yes, sir. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Lekender. I'm from Bethel, Alaska, and I'm on the Subsistence Board. Subsistence is the word that's all along the Kuskokwim and Yukon. And in the spring, the first, like they say, the first fish that go up to spawn are the upper Chinook. And now a lot of people are understanding and know that try to keep away from catching them. And, in the springtime, there's so much high water there. I don't usually. I might try to set net, but so much wood and debris coming down. And the old people used to say if the ice is thick and going out late, them first fish usually go upriver anyway and under the ice, or they're the first ones that go out, and they go out through the main stem, main river mostly. And usually people get wait till later on, the second week of June. That's when I usually start fishing. And by then, all them upper Chinook are way upriver. And like I said, we have no Walmart store to go in. It's all subsistence. The river is our store, and the land's around us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to provide some new information on this? Any board member questions? All right. Next proposal, please.
Good morning. My name is Klaus Woodig. I'm the Management Coordinator for Region 3 Sportfish. Proposal 281. This proposal would prohibit sport anglers from using live, non-native earthworms of the genus Lumbricus, commonly called night crawlers. This proposal would not prohibit anglers from using other earthworms, native and non-native to Alaska. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is Mr. Bowser in the room? Go ahead.
Yep, thank you. I'm Matt Bowser. So yesterday I had a short time, but can I expound a little bit on explaining a bit more today about the effects and such of these worms? So the main change that they cause, so first I'll go over their effects, as you saw in the picture, but that doesn't do it all justice, is that they remove the leaf litter layer. If you've been around South Central Alaska or interior and been in hardwood forests, you're familiar with this thick carpet of leaves and decomposing leaves that are on the forest floor. These worms, night crawlers in particular, can rapidly consume that up to 4 inches a year and incorporate it into the soil. They changed the soil more in 20 years, like we've seen at Stormy Lake, than had happened in the previous thousands of years since the glaciers receded. Typically in Alaska, the soils develop or mature very slowly because of the cold temperatures. But these worms rapidly bring the leaf litter, organic material down into the soil and bring the soil up. They mix the soil far more rapidly than would normally happen. And that has ramifications for the whole system, the whole terrestrial system. One of the biggest ramifications is nutrient cycling. They speed up nutrient cycling, and they short-circuit the natural system that's usually the native system. So most of the nutrient cycling that goes on in our native forests is through the leaf litter. So you'll have fungi that decompose the leaf litter slowly, and those fungi are connected to tree roots and other plant roots, and the plants get nutrients from the fungi. So there's a flow through the leaf litter to the plants. When you bring these earthworms in, you remove the leaf litter, and now most of the nutrient cycling is going through the soil. So that will favor some plants and disfavor others. And what we see worldwide and just generally in what we're seeing in Alaska is that that favors grasses, and it can favor exotic weeds too. And when you think about it, those exotic weeds came from Europe also, where these soils are disturbed by, or it wouldn't be disturbed there. That's the natural system there. So those are the two big changes that these earthworms cause, and they cause it, rapidly within 20 to 30 years of being introduced. Even less than that, we've seen it in introductions we guessed are about 5 years. And those worms, at least in south central Alaska, they're really happy here. So we've seen densities that we had to double check our numbers, triple check our numbers, because we were seeing densities of 1,000 pounds of worms per acre. So that's, for context, that's a high density of moose of 5 moose per square mile. That translates to about 10 pounds per acre. So these worms are, whatever they're doing matters a lot, because there's a lot of them there. And then trickling down to other effects that they cause. These worms, lubricus worms, are a large earthworm, and they're seed predators, so they will eat seeds. So when the seeds rain down from the birch and other plants of the forest, these worms will actually eat those seeds along with the leaf litter. And so that changes what trees might germinate. They tend to eat, they're biased towards eating smaller seeds. They'll eat birch seeds over spruce seeds, for example. So over the long run, they could even change what trees will appear. And in the big picture, we tend to see more grasses and less ferns, things like that. That's the way they tend to push the system. And I have to concede that we know less about what they do to fresh waters and to fish in particular. There's most of the effects of these worms is terrestrial, but they do increase nutrient runoff, and they do increase, in particular, nitrogen flow into streams. But we really don't know. I can't say how that affects fish. But I can say that it does, because the effects are large enough on land around our water bodies that it should matter. And then, in response to a question of why I wanted to address this here rather than first starting with looking at state regulations that might restrict the use of these worms anywhere, or the importation in any cases, is that it's a lot clearer case here where there are very good alternatives for fishermen. They're the second most popular fishing worm out there is a red wiggler. They're popular composting worms, and they don't survive up here. They can't withstand freezing, so they don't. You could fish with them, and there would be no ill effects around here. And they're, like I said, the second most popular fishing worms. Where I think if you wanted to try and ban them or enact statewide legislation to restrict their movement or importation, there would be a lot more effect on farmers potentially. There are legitimate uses, and regardless of what my opinion might be, I think that needs a much bigger discussion than this. Whereas I think the case is pretty clear cut for fishing, and that there are good alternatives out there. These are the most damaging worms that we know of here, and I don't think there's a good reason to use them. I think that's all to start with. But I did, if you want to know, I did do some homework on a few of the questions that were asked yesterday where I had to say I don't know, so I can get back with you on those.
All right, thank you. Would anyone else like to provide some new information on this? Any board member questions? All right, I believe that
Someone over there.
Oh, yes, sir.
Robert Lekender from Bethel. I was just wondering if this under an Invasive Species Act, wouldn't it go under that? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we could probably ask that of the department during deliberations. That's a good question. All right. I think that concludes Committee of the Whole, Group 2, Mr. Chair, and I hand the gavel back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Great job. We would like to encourage everyone who might be interested in submitting RCs, substitute language, and potential withdrawals requests to do so. And in the meantime, we will take a break for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock for Committee of the Whole Group 3. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We have 7 of 7 board members present, 1:08 p.m. Before we get started, we will go to Director Raybung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity here. I'd like to make another presentation for Director's Achievement Award for Outstanding Service 2019. I apologize for it being late as yours was. For your passion and dedication towards sustainable management of Alaska's shellfish and groundfish resources, this is presented to Jan Rumble.
Congratulations. We're going to briefly go back to previous committee of the whole for Proposal 280. We have Barbara Carlson present, who is a member of the Stony Holitna AC, and provide for her input on Proposal 280 for that committee of the whole. Barbara, are you available?
First of all, I want to apologize for not being here for the morning call for this, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. This is the salmon proposal from the Kuskokwim, number 280. I just wanted to get a few more words in about why our AC opposed it and what I thought were some options. I'd mentioned that the front end of the closure is floating, so if we look like we have enough salmon, we can move that closure date closer to when it actually would open. We'll have fewer days closed. That's a possibility. The other thing is we can have more openings after the 11th. Over the past number of years when conservation was a real concern, even after the 11th, especially the lower river, had lots and lots of closed days. I see no reason why they can't have lots more open days looking at the numbers that we had for escapement last year. And last of all, my concern is that the 6-inch mesh, even with the compromise of being bank-oriented, which is definitely way better than just having 6-inch set nets anywhere in the river, that without good enforcement, it's meaningless. And we all know that ADF and G, along with everybody else, is hurting for money, and sometimes enforcement is kind of lean out on the river. I think with good enforcement, doing a compromise of having bank-oriented 6-inch mesh may be doable. I wouldn't want to ever see that slide where we don't have a bank orientation. I feel like we just have way too many kings getting taken, then we've lost the whole goal of keeping that front end closure in place to continue to get the headwaters kings up there. Otherwise, everybody wants the early kings. They're shiny, they're fat, they're big, and they're the first things you're going to eat in the spring. And we can fish them awfully hard if we don't watch ourselves. Thanks for hearing me this late in the afternoon.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda is Committee of the Whole Group 3, Kodiak Area Subsistence, King Crab, Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands Area Sport Fishing, King Crab, Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, Commercial King and Tanner Crab, and Onboard Observer Program. 17 proposals total. The chair for that is Chair Jensen. And before I hand it over to him, we'll briefly go over some helpful instructions. The department will be asked to read the summary of the proposal. We'll then ask if the proposer is present. If so, they may speak first. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand to be recognized, and then please stand and speak directly into the microphone, and please indicate your name and who you represent. Chair Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Following what the chairman said, that we're going to do it the same way we do the other committees of the whole, New England style meeting, and raise your hand and you'll be recognized and you'll be able to talk about the proposal you're interested in. With that, we'll start with proposal 256, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Stickert for the record. Proposal 256 relates to the subsistence king crab fishery in the Kodiak area. Specifically, it would adopt a amounts reasonably necessary, or ANS, finding for king crab stocks in the Kodiak area, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. The department submitted this one. Do you have any comments, or are you going to hold until deliberations?
Mr. Chair, this is simply to provide an opportunity to discuss the ANS since one does not exist. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions, or you want to wait until deliberations? Mr. Haight?
Thank you. I just have, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just have one note. We did just get RC4, which lays out these options that the department's put forward. It's for, I think, for 247, excuse me, 246, and for this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is that the document 2020-07? This one here? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is that. It's also, there's also another RC4 that was just handed out. That
Yeah,
also
this is
has
in
it.
the board
It does
book,
capture
but,
that,
yeah.
yes.
Okay, thank you. So noted. Okay, comments? Mr. Holmes?
Thank you. My name is Oliver Holm. I'm representing the Kodiak Fish and Game Advisory Committee. I just wanted to point out that the Kodiak Advisory Committee supported this proposal and would put a reasonable range of numbers in the regulation book. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments on 256? Right behind you, Charity, Mr. Allen.
My name is Benjamin Allen. I'm Chignacasey. And yeah, we were not in support of it, but not opposed to it either, so we stayed neutral. This is more of a housekeeping thing. There is a potential of it stretching over into Chignik, and we would just like to make sure that there's that being thought of in the decisions that are being made, and the department is well aware. We just wanted to state that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, we'll go on to the next proposal, and that proposal is number 267.
Mr. Chairman, Jason Dye, Management Coordinator with Division of Sport Fish. Proposal 267 would establish a sport fishing season of June 1st through January 31st and a bag and size limit of 6 male golden king crab in the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands area that would mirror existing subsistence regulations. Sport fishing for red king crab would remain closed. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Department's comment. Do you want to hold your comments until deliberations?
Mr. Chairman, essentially this would create a sport fishery on a stock of golden king crab where there's currently no conservation concerns, and effort would likely be very low due to the remote nature and the gear required to catch the crab, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I thought it would be a rather difficult fishery for a speedboat. Okay, any comments from the audience on this proposal? Okay, seeing none, we will go to proposal number 257, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Mark Stickert for the record. To proposal 257, we're going to switch over to commercial king and tanner crab fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska. This proposal in particular would change the season opening date for the Kodiak District tanner crab fishery from its current date of January 15th and move it forward to December 15th.
Thank you. Is the proposer in office, Dia Kuzman? I don't see him. Comments? Anybody want to talk on this one? Mr. Holmes. Well, let's start over with Ron over there, and we'll work my way back.
Yeah, Ron Kavanaugh. Pretty much just kind of the same thing, that moving it forward
to an earlier date interferes with processors, and then moving it back, you bump up against other fisheries being prosecuted, and the best date is to leave it where it is. Otherwise, you're just going to run into other problems with it. And I think it was just changed because of a holiday, basically.
Thank you. Right alongside you, there's another name and your comment.
Yeah, Brian Horn, Vice President of Kodiak Crab Alliance Cooperative. Our group is adamantly opposed to changing the date. Like I said in my public testimony, we have 49 dues-paying permit holders as members, and I can't think of one of them that wants the date changed.
Thank you. Good information. Mr. Holmes, did you have your hand up? Oh, way over here, way over. Mr. Holmes and the elderly gentleman sitting up with the gray beard up this way. Put your hand up more. Thank you. I had to give you a bad time.
My name is Oliver Holm, speaking for the Kodiak Fish and Game Advisory Committee, and we unanimously oppose this moving of the date. The January 15th date has a long history and how it fits into other fisheries, and for the resident processing community in the Kodiak, being in December, which is their vacation time, would be an issue, and for a lot of reasons we're completely opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. Further comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next proposal.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 258 would extend the amount of time Kodiak District tanner crab pots may be stored on the fishing grounds after a season closure from 3 to 7 days. And it would also align the pot gear storage regulations across all the various different types of pot gear that are allowed in the fishery.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, would you like to speak to your proposal?
Thank you. My name is Oliver Holmes, for the record, and I was maker of this proposal. And in putting in the change, which basically aligns the deep water storage, pot storage, with what's been going on in the pot cod fishery around Kodiak. We found that, working with the department, that there were some other things in the regulation book that were artifacts that people hadn't been really knowledgeable about that needed to be cleaned up also. But anyway, I support the proposal, and the advisory committee also supported it unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right next to Mr. Holmes, Mr. Allen.
So I'm Benjamin Allen, and speaking for the AC. So this proposal addresses the Kodiak, but Chignik would also like to be rolled into this as well if possible when making the regulation change, as that there's overlap areas and things of such nature, and we would just like to have the same opportunity to be able to do what this is doing without setting up our own and coming back and doing it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking on behalf of Old Harbor and Uzinki, we would have no objection for Chignik to have this storage, and we support the proposal, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And then way in the back.
Yeah, Brian Horn again, KCAC supports this proposal. There's safety concerns that are alleviated by it and levels the playing field for all the different pot types. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 259, in essence, creates a framework for a commercial king crab fishery in the Chignik area, mostly through establishing a Chignik management area for king crab. Currently, there is no distinct management area exclusively for king crab in the Chignik area. And the proposal would also provide some recommendations relative to pot storage requirements and vessel size restrictions should a fishery occur. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Copen, are you in?
Mr. Chairman, board, Axel Copen here. Yeah, the idea behind this was to,
basically establish a king crab area for Chignik, trying to avoid what happened in the past. You know, the king crab were wiped out. I know Chignik's not the only area, but after you go through it and see what it does to families in the area, setting up a framework so whenever a fishery may or happen in the future, who God knows how long it'll be, I might be long gone by then. It's not a land grab like the accusations were made yesterday. But I'm not going to die on this hill if the board doesn't think it's something to put forward, then you know it is what it is. But I would ask that if there is the opportunity to establish this area, if the big problem is that Aniak Shack to Killcat Rocks area, if that's a problem with establishing a king crab area. The goal of this was to put that area in place so there was a something there for the future. If that issue is that area, leave it out and at least give Chignik a king crab area with its own boundaries and to allow for that protection. And that's all I really have for it.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Axel, were you involved in the sit-down yesterday to try to draw up some language that both parties were in agreement with?
Yes.
And that what came out of that is okay with you?
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, but I just knew that you guys put your heads together.
Yeah, and that was on proposal 260, but I
Okay.
mean, it's basically the same area, the same strip area that's been the issue here. But yeah, we were involved in that, and we're happy with it.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, because that's what this whole process is about, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Kavanaugh in the back.
Yeah, I'm Ron Kavanaugh. I guess I just had a question of the proposer, if this was to wrap up all king crab or just red king crab?
Do you have a clarification for that, Axel?
Yeah, just red king crab.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Horn in the back.
Yeah, hi, Brian Horn again, KCAC. We're opposed to this. We feel like if it was adopted, I know he said leaving out the overlap period, but we felt like it was trying to set a precedence in a crab fishery to define an area that is not a historic area. And it seems very premature without any sort of fishery on the horizon. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Further comments on this proposal? Seeing none, let's go to the next proposal, please.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to move on to proposal 260, and this proposal would expand the Chignik district for tanner crab by realigning the existing boundaries with the Chignik salmon management area. So in practice, what this does is the southernmost boundary of the Kodiak management area has a district that we call the Samiti Island Overlap section. That section is physically apart and defined as a part of the Kodiak district, but there are some unique regulations that allows permit holders from both Kodiak and Chignik to fish in that overlap under certain conditions. So it's, I guess maybe you can call it as a disputed border in some respects. What this proposal would do, it would take that district and move it from the Kodiak district solely into the Chignik district, and then access to that fishery or that section then would be dictated by the opening and closing of the Chignik district. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Comments, Mr. Fields?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Duncan Fields for Uzinki and Old Harbor. I'd like you to reference RC 23 with regard to this proposal. This proposal was about equity and optics. And the circumstance that did occur where the Kodiak fleet was able to fish in that area and the Chignik fleet was not. The proposed language would eliminate that possibility in the future if either if the area was open, either because the Southwest District in Kodiak was open or because Chignik was open, either fleet could fish in that area. So there's an equity aspect to the solution. I think context here is very important in discussing with Mark and the department. There's a recognition in both Chignik and in Kodiak that we need to revise our management plans for tanner crab, and that's an ongoing process likely to occur in the next year. So in context, the proposed solution for Proposal 160 is likely to be an interim solution. It's probable that it won't be a solution that will be applied in 2021 tanner crab season because it's unlikely at this point, given the survey trends, that either the Southwest Kodiak or the Chignik District would be open, Mr. Chairman. But nevertheless, I have proposed this solution to provide fishing opportunity for both fleets. An alternative solution would be to close the area to both fleets. But I didn't want to presume that all of the other changes or management plan modifications would actually be accepted by the board. So it's my strong preference that we have equal fishing opportunity, keep the area open, rather than the alternative, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments on this proposal? Mr. Holmes. Hang on for a second, Oliver. Mr. Wood.
Duncan, you've referenced it as Proposal 160. I presume you mean 260. But is this indeed been agreed to by the representatives from Chignik as well? I see Axel back there and Chuck and Ben.
Yeah, we have agreed on it. We worked on it. We've talked with the department, with Duncan, and it works. Obviously, there's some revamping coming up in the future here, and we're here for that, and we'll see where it goes, but yeah.
Thank all of y'all for making that effort. It's appreciated.
Thank you, Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Yeah, the advisory committee opposed this proposal, which would have made this area, this immediate overlap, this immediate area, an exclusive Chignik District fishery. And it would have, and it's been a shared area where people registered for either district has been able to fish there for a long, long time. And we were not, I think, I can't speak for what the committee would say exactly about this compromise, but I believe that the issue that we were primarily concerned about was losing access to that area from Kodiak fishermen. So continuing to share it with Chignik and the Samiti Islands area, I think, which has happened for a long time, I think would be fine with the committee in my judgment. Thank you. And the department is looking at this parameters for this area, and I think they would like to change some of the things that still be open, I hope, but not quite in this way it is now. And that could come before the board maybe next winter. So, thank you.
I have a quick question for you, Oliver. Personally, would you be supportive of the language that Mr. Fields drafted with?
Yes, I would.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Allen, right next to you, Charity.
For the record, Benjamin Allen, Chignik AC. We supported this this proposal, and mostly, again, it had to do with the fact that not far away from where we base out of, that border comes to Chignik, and we thought it an injustice that we were unable to prosecute crab out of the area, and Kodiak could come that close to our back door and prosecute it. So. As I can't speak for the AC because we haven't met and talked about this compromise, obviously, I think it's something that definitely can be looked at as an interim repair until the department and all of us can sit down and readjust it. So that's where we stand. Thank you.
Thank you. And then in the back, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Ron Kavanaugh. Just a little bit of history lesson. The Kodiak Tanner Crab Fishery comprises of boats from 0 to, I believe it's 125. And the Chignik area comprises of boats from 0 to 58. And so if that did go through as it was written, a large number of those boats that participate are over 58 foot. And if you looked at that area, it's not a small boat area. So this compromise kind of allows those traditional big boats to fish in that area. There's areas out at Lighthouse Rocks and other areas that I'm not gonna access with a 58 footer. But some of the guys with 100 footers or something would. So I feel this is a compromise, because otherwise that area would probably, there's a big area out there, if you looked at it on your chart, that's gonna get left out. When you're talking about a small local fishery, those guys aren't gonna go to the Semites or any of those other areas. And we did have winter this time, so that involves icing conditions and weather. So it's, it is a big boat fishery.
Thanks, Ron. And right next to you, Brian.
Yeah, Brian Horn, KCAC. I was involved with the talks with the department and Duncan and Chignik yesterday. I think it's a step in the right direction, coming to a compromise. We were opposed to the original proposal, but we can be just fine with the new wording.
Thank you, Brian. Further comments? Okay, we'll move on to the next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 264 is a department proposal that seeks to align the weather delay criteria that currently apply to the Kodiak, Chignik, and South Alaska Peninsula areas, Tanner crab fisheries. In practice, in general, what happens if we have poor weather ahead of the start of the fishery, we delay that fishery until the weather improves. Recently, the National Weather Service sort of changed some of their forecasting methods, and so we are just realigning their language to specifically make sure it matches how the forecasts are put out. In practice, we don't really see any differences in how this affects the fisheries, but we're just updating the regulations to reflect current forecasting practices, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mark. Comments, public. Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The Kodiak EC supported this proposal. I made the original proposal personally about the weather window, and basically it's a housekeeping issue about lining it up with the way the weather forecasts are presented now, and doesn't change anything that's been happening in practice for a Kodiak area. I've heard since I came here that there's people from Chignik want to take the window from 10 days that this would apply, that we keep waiting and waiting for less than a gale, for what amounts to 32 hours, I think it is, to shorten that window to 7 days. And in Kodiak, we would not want to change the window from 10 days down to 7 days. Most of the participants, a large number of the participants are small boats in Kodiak, and are resident to Kodiak Island, and I would much rather wait the full 10 days if it took that to get an opening potential without a gale. I know some people that might be fishing in the Chignik district have different issues with the weather, and don't live there in the wintertime anymore, and might not want to wait 10 days. But if that is accommodated by the board, I certainly don't want to apply changing from 10 days to 7 days, waiting for less than a gale. If you want to do it in Chignik, that's fine, but please don't do that in Kodiak.
Have you ever had to wait 10 days, Oliver?
I don't, no, we haven't. And if we waited 10 days, it would open by regulation. Yeah. And we've had occasionally we've had some significant delays, but not all the way to 10 days yet.
Okay, thank you. Axel.
Yeah, Axel Copen, Chignik. As a Chignik fisherman, I'm not speaking on behalf. The AC was the one opposed to this 10 days. 10 days is fine. there was a couple guys with bigger boats that wanted it to be shortened to 7 because they want to get out there and they figure the small boats can't compete with them. So that's what it's a kind of an inter-area thing. So as far as representing just the Chignik fishermen and thinking about the smaller boats, 10 days is just fine. Don't have a problem with it. So just to make that clear. Thanks.
Thank you. Further comments? Brian Horn, Mr. Horn.
Yeah, Brian Horn, KCAC, supports this proposal.
Thank you. Further comments? Mr. Allen.
Yeah, Ben Allen for the Chignik AC. And yes, we do support this proposal as well. There was some internal stuff that happened within it, and it was voted and just agreed to be amended. But it was not like a linchpin or anything. So on that, thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next proposal, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to move on to Proposal 261. We're going to move out of the Gulf and into the Bering Sea. And I'll note here that the final 10 proposals in this committee all specifically concern rationalize Bering Sea or Aleutian Island crab fisheries. With that comes some co-management responsibilities for the board. So just a matter of the process here, I'll reference you to RC 18, which is a checklist that we submitted to the board that provides some guidance on implementing crab regulations under the federal FMP. So it's going to be similar to your sustainable salmon policy. This is something for the board to consider relative to rationalized crab fisheries. With that, Proposal 261 would adopt a new Bering Sea tanner crab harvest strategy used to set the annual harvest limits. I think we covered the breadth of that issue pretty well in the oral report yesterday, so I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mark.
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, thank you. My name is Scott Goodman. I would like to request if we take a short break. There's a 2-page record copy that I would like to distribute that would go along with my public comments. It's material the department has just recently seen, so if we could do that, that would be great.
With no objections, we'll take a quick break. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody's back. We're ready to go on to proposal 261.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Mark Stickert for the record. So just to reorient us here, we're talking about proposals 261. It's a department collaborative proposal that seeks to adopt a new Bering Sea tanner crab harvest strategy.
Okay, Mr. Goodman.
Through the chair to Mr. Jensen, thank you. So my name is Scott Goodman. I'm the Executive Director for the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. I very much appreciate the opportunity to come and chat with you for a minute here. I first of all want to acknowledge the heavy lift. This has been a lot of work, so thank you very much to Westward staff who've been involved. You guys have done a great job. There's been a lot of phone calls between Mark and Ben and Madison Shipley and myself over the last 2 years to go through and figure out how to go forward on this journey of figuring out how to revise the bear-die harvest strategy in the Bering Sea. There's been a tremendous amount of heavy lift, heavy work. Supercomputers in Seattle were involved through Amazon Web Services as part of Madison's graduate project. I wanted to say that this has been a long journey, and we are right here, ready to cross the street in front of 3 choices that Mark and Ben very clearly laid out to you guys. I would say that the outcomes here appear to all 3 meet economic and conservation objectives. And I put together a record copy that I want to reference here briefly, because I know there's a little bit of technical information here that's been distilled through and boiled down. So just take a moment, these came out to you very recently, but there's 2 color charts, and I would refer to both of those that are in 6-year periods. The first one I want to look at is for the most recent period from 2014 through 2019. So basically what you are looking at is 2 trends, one for mature male biomass and one for mature female biomass. Those are represented by the blue line for males and the red line for females. And then these colorful bars, those are the 3 choices and how they perform. So another level deeper, there are also 2 y-axes, one on the right, one on the left. The right side y-axis is for biomass, so don't switch those up. The left side is for tax, where the tax are referenced against. The 4th item on these charts is a yellow triangle. That yellow triangle represents the actual TAC in that season. So you can see from 2014, that was a year where the TAC was relatively high in recent history at about 15 million pounds. The next year, up around 20 million pounds. So you can track those through the recent history on this chart, and you can also gauge, which is what we're trying to do as we get ready to cross the street and make a final part of this journey, how each of these alternatives 1, 2, and 3 perform. So as a reminder for you, in the legend also I've put what these 1, 2, and 3 really represent. The first one is a low ramp value of 5%, a high ramp value of 20%, and then it's got a secondary component, which is the capping at 50% of exploitable legal males. That's for number 1. The second one is the same, except the floor is 10 instead of 5. And then the third one also retains a floor value of 10, but the ceiling on the ramp jumps up to 22.5%. So what this means is these are each scaled accordingly of how they would project the exploitation of male biomass, mature male biomass, for tax setting purposes. And the interesting thing to point out here is that in some years there appears to be a strong difference in a couple places. Other years there doesn't appear to be very much difference at all. And that's where we are in this level of interpreting how to go forward with these 3 sort of nuanced positions about which level to set the floor at, which level to set the ceiling at, and what they're going to mean for the fishery. So staying on this chart for one more quick moment, this is our recent trend, and you can see it's going downward. Males are trending downward, females are generally trending downward or flat. And you see that in the last 2 seasons, some of the most striking differences between the floor value of 5 and the floor value of 10, and those are the differences between the red bar versus the blue bar. So I'd leave that for a moment to just consider as you switch pages to the prior 6-year period. In this chart, you're looking kind of at a group of years that has a valley in the middle of it. A high year in the first year, a high year at the end, and then a 4-year period in the middle where there was some successive closure years. So you see that in 2010, 11, and 12, that was a 3-year period where the fishery was closed. Importantly, you also see that while the females were trending downward, the males had not yet tacked and trended downward, so there was a little bit of a pause that I would explain as a little out of the ordinary. Mark and Ben covered that yesterday, that generally the mature biomass trends track each other and they can be used as a relative indicator of how the stock is doing. But this is one of those periods where males stayed higher while females were continuing to depress. And the point being that especially in 2010 and 2011, the difference between the red bar and the blue bar is a bit more substantial. A final point here on these charts, and then I'll finish with my comment. The final point I'd like to say is that on 2013, you can see that all 3 of these options give you the same value. And that is due to other measures, other components of the harvest strategy that are kicking in as both the female stock and the male stock are trending upward. And in the case of the jump from 12 to 13, the male upward tick was strong enough and the stock composition was such that the cap at 50% of the exploitable legal males kicked in for all 3 options. So in closing, I would just want to say that we're right there, ready to cross the street. All 3 of these appear to be viable options. If I were very conservation-minded and in Mark and Ben's shoes, my option might go one way. If I was a stakeholder with quota in the fishery, my interests may go the other way. This is a place where some choices need to be made, but it's my opinion based on our MSE and our retrospective analysis and all the work that we've done that all 3 of these are viable options meeting all the conservation criteria and the economic criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Mr. Wood.
You gave me 2 options what if you were a Board of Fish member?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part there.
What if you were a Board of Fish member, which option would be the best?
I would have to think really hard and close. I don't want to just by knee-jerk choose the middle ground there. So I don't know if I could give you a yes answer on one of them.
Further questions? Thanks, Scott. Heather.
Hi, I'm Heather McCarty. I spoke to you yesterday on behalf of the Ad Hoc Industry Committee. And we had, as Scott has described, a wonderful process of several years where we had not only the benefit of hearing from the department, but also from the Bering Sea Research Foundation folks. And it was a modeling exercise in part, and we depended greatly on the results of that modeling exercise, on the MSE, to arrive at what we consider to be a viable option. And that's what we put in our letter to you. And the RC26, which I think you do have now, I know it's online, and you may have it in hard copy. This is just a distillation of the letter that we sent to you earlier. It's just a summary. And we, as you know, I talked about the objectives last time, so I won't go over that again, but basically we are looking at robust harvesting of exploitable males when we can, but we also had top of mind the conservation ethic and the conservation goals that the department carries out and that we also believe in and depend on. And so we arrived at our recommendation with all of that in mind. As Scott said, the 3 choices that were presented yesterday by the department, in our view, represented viable choices, each one of them, that met both our objectives as an industry group and the objectives of conservation and good management that is your job. So we felt really comfortable with choosing C with a lower bound of 10% and an upper bound of 22.5 because we believed that it was an option that met the conservation values as well as our economic objectives. So in our letter and also in this RC, we talk a little bit about why we believe the lower bound of 10% versus the lower bound of 5% works better for us. Again, the MSE risk evaluation showed that a 10% floor is not overly aggressive. It provides a little more TAC, which is an industry objective, and which could be worth millions of dollars to the industry. 5 to 8 million is just an estimate, but we went with that one because it provided more TAC in a potential situation. And not only that, but it provides a lower variability in the TAC than using a 5% lower bound. In times when the mature male biomass trends upward and the mature female biomass declines, for example, the application of a lower floor, 5%, on exploitation could have unnecessarily foregone harvest of available males when they are still clean shell and more acceptable to the marketplace. Regarding the upper bound of 22.5 versus the upper bound of 20, again, that provides a little bit more TAC for the industry benefit, and that's the benefit to the harvesters, to the processors, and to the communities. I personally represent a community group from St. Paul that, St. Paul doesn't have but one processor, and we don't have but one species, and that's crab. And the entire community, the whole budget of St. Paul depends on crab. And so we are deeply involved in getting as much as we can when it's appropriate. The MSE analysis again showed us that the difference in risk for an upper bound of 20% versus 22.5 is minimal, as both are greater than 80% likely to be below the ABC and greater than 90% likely to be below OFL, or overfishing levels. So I guess the message that I want to leave with you is that when the industry participated in this process, we reached our conclusions based on an objective look at the results of the MSE process, and we greatly appreciated it. And I think maybe right at the end we've missed one feedback loop with ADF&G regarding the application of the MSE results to what they would say is the real management world. And I think maybe that's what we're looking at in some of these differences, perhaps that these minor differences between these three choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Got a question, Heather?
Okay.
Ms. Carlson.
Actually, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this question might be for Scott, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
I was just curious why they chose to illustrate starting in 2008, or if there was any reason behind that.
Only to narrow down, because we had 21 years where we had applied this retrospective, and I gave you the two most recent 6-year periods, which attempted to capture that. The prior part of this time span, the retrospectives matched more closely with the maturity indices, both male and female. So the places where there was some mismatched in the trends there were the places I wanted to highlight.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for Scott, too. Would you briefly go over on RC 26, it's the one with the graph on the lower left-hand side, and it's called a TAC buffer. Would you explain how much buffer we got with
Yes.
built into these plans that we start with the TAC, there's a built-in buffer there, correct?
Yep. So in terms of considering what other places where there's a cushion of sort, which we call a buffer here, against how you would exploit, this is a difficult thing for stock managers to do in any species, but for crab, especially so because of unknown reactions to recruitment and how the stock's actually doing. But this chart, to answer your question, John, is laid out with 3 pieces there for you guys to see. There's 2 colored bars and then a gray bar. The gray bar could effectively be considered sort of a buffer or a caution amount of the crab that are mature and active reproducing crab that are not exploited. So the target portion of the mature male biomass is that which is over 5 inches, which is represented by the orange bar and the brown bar. So the gray bar is the mature crab that are less than 5 inches, and you can see that on average those are something like 50%. So you got about a 50% buffer there of what is being exploited.
Okay, and then a quick question about TAC. Apparently TAC is, the 20% is all crab, and not just legal male crab?
So close. So this whole discussion about the details of a ramp is how you come up with a single scaling factor to multiply by total mature male biomass. So when you figure out where you are on the ramp and you get that value, then you come over and do the multiplication to figure out the TAC. That is against the full mature male biomass. That's one part of TAC setting. And then the second piece is to max it at no more than 50% of the exploitable legal male amount, which is, in this case, all of the orange bar and a portion of the brown bar.
Okay, I'm trying to get the answer to, there's a 20% number set in on the total allowable catch, and that 20% is crab that you're going to leave for the future or are not apply to this plan here. So that 20% is based on all crab. It's just the biomass of crab. It's not any particular male, female crab. It's just crab.
No, it's just males. But I think you may be referring to another buffer that is at another place. So there's a federal OFL set and then also a federal ABC set, and there's a 20% buffer between those two numbers. So that's in addition to this, or there's part of it that's overlapping a bit here, but it is another buffer that applies to all crab, and it is 20%.
Okay, I asked the question wrong. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Thank you. Further questions? Mr. Herzog.
There's a lot of things I'd like to comment about, but I'd like to focus on the economic value of the not new crab. So basically, we talked about terminal molt yesterday. So when beardi become mature, they don't grow in length. They don't molt again. So a 4.5 inch beardi crab will never be 5 inches, and a 5.5 inch crab would never be 6 inches. And so there's an issue of when these crab become dark-shelled, when they lose economic viability for us as harvesters and for the processors. I think there's a little nuance that I'd like to focus on, and that is I believe the definition for old shell crab that we're using here is anything that's not brand new. So like a new shell crab that just molted, will have a perfectly white belly. It's just come out, and it's like a #1 with exclamation points. But for the next at least 2 years, those crabs are still considered, the second year they're all #1s, and the year after that, the third year, they're still acceptable, very acceptable to the processors and very valuable. The harder part is to figure out what happens in the 4th and 5th year, but I think some of us assume that by the time the animals are 5 years old, they're too dark for us to harvest, and that they also might not be mating. So I think that if you want to compare the 5% bottom to the 10% bottom, I think that to the extent that I'm representing, part of the harvesting industry, we feel comfortable that we'd like to harvest crab that are 2 and 3 years old. And so we find that there's a lot of economic value in changing from the bottom floor of 5 to 10%. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. For the record, I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, and I'll be speaking to RC 26, which Heather just spoke to as well. I want to reiterate that this has been a really good process and speak appreciation to the department for all the work you've done and for the foundation as well. This has been a long journey, a lot of discussions, and a really good outcome. Of the 3 options here, we're really talking around the margins, and all of them are a huge improvement from our status quo. But even though we are speaking around the margins of these 3 options, I just want to reiterate that these are real dollars for us. You've already heard that the industry is preferring the highest option with the low floor of 10 and the high of 22.5%, and that could mean up to $5 to $8 million between these options for our industry. And just, again, emphasize that we feel it's important to keep this floor at 10%, that there's a lot of conservation buffers in place to warrant that. Thanks.
Thank you. Further comments or questions? Way in the back, right off to your side there. Okay. Either one. You were already on the way, but Mr. Jacobson.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jake Jacobson. I'm the Executive Director of Intercooperative Exchange, which is the largest and coolest cooperative of crab fishermen in the Bering Sea. I'm also the chairman of the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute's Shellfish Committee. One of the things I'd like to point out about Beardeye is that the marketplace forgets very easily that Beardeye has a different flavor profile than Opelio snow crab. And so when they first come to a new market, they're treated as a large Opelio, and they're largely devalued because of that. Back in the old days when we had steady Beardeye seasons, the price for Beardeye crab was usually over double the price of Opelio crab. And when we miss a few seasons, then they go back into the marketplace, but they're treated as a large Opelio. The last time we had a few seasons in a row, we started to differentiate the price, and so they were treated as a large Opelio, plus there was a premium for being a Beardeye because of the excellent flavor profile of Beardeye. And so my committee asked DASME to put some money into marketing Beardeye, and they did that, and we had an excellent marketing campaign. We saw the price starting to differentiate from large Opelio, and then the next year we didn't have a crab season, so all that, a lot of that effort was wasted. So one of my main concerns in this whole process is that we have consistent Beardeye seasons to maintain our market position. And so I'm very grateful for Fish and Game and engaging with us in this activity, and it looks like all three of these options would be a vast improvement over having no seasons at all, as you can tell from the charts that Mr. Goodman distributed. And we think that that probably the most favorable in this regard would be the 10% lower bound. So that's what we're in favor of. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And then in the back, Mr. Kelty on the other side there.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Fish, my name is Frank Kelty. I'm the fisheries consultant for the city of Unalaska. And in your packet, you saw a letter that the city sent in. We had unanimous approval on that. And also the city of Unalaska's Unalaska Fish and Game Committee supported 261 unanimously as well. I'm here to once again support this. I think this is a great proposal, as many of the previous comments were made about the need for the stability of this fishery, the need that, Unalaska, city of Unalaska is the #1 crab producing community in the state. Beardeye is traditionally right behind the king crab species in value. I think Jake just mentioned it's very, when it has a steady supply, it's very valued in the marketplace, both domestically and overseas. And as a former crab plant manager for 30 years, I can tell you when you have top quality tanner crab, it's easy to deal with, but in years that you have a lot of older crab that have been left on the grounds for numerous years, you end up having to do a lot of #2 packs, which is less value to the fishermen, less value to the processors having to try and market it, and less revenue to the communities. So it is a problem when you have older crab. So I would support option C, that has a slight increase more in the legal males harvest capabilities. One other thing I wanted to point out is the new thing that has to do with marketing. Before in Juneau, House Bill 203 was just adopted by the House and it's moved over to the Senate, and that has to do with the live crab shipment by surface vessels from communities in Alaska, and look for all crab species. And we believe that's going to pass the Senate. There was no opposition on the House side. So if that goes into effect, Barrett would be right behind live king crab for developing new markets of live crab and circulating seawater containers in a container that last up to 30 days. So you'd be able to market in the Asian market and also domestically. And this is a new opportunity that's going to come up, and Barrett I think would be, Barrett tanner crab would be a major player of that. Like I said, it's very high valued in the Asian markets as well as domestically. So I think that's something that you should think about as too, because I believe that regulation will be changed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kelty. Further comments? Over to the other side, Mr. Kent.
Scott Kent for the record again from NSCDC. I just want to piggyback on kind of what, in favor of the 10% floor and 22.5% upper bound on the ramp. And looking at the RC that Scott just submitted, there's 2016, all three control rules would have produced pretty much the same outcome, but there's a number of years in there where the downward trend of females and males isn't in synchrony, as Scott said, and in those years, it looks like there'd be some pretty sizable differences in TAC computed amongst the three, between the 10 and the 5 lower bound. And just something to point out, as you all know, the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery, we may have a fishery next year, we may not. The trend isn't great. Barrett is prosecuted at a time of year right up next to red king crab, and I would anticipate Barrett becoming, the dependency on the Barrett fishery becoming increasingly important as red king crab stocks continue to suffer.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Okay, Mr. Herzog.
I just wanted to echo the comments being made about continuity. We have a boat, the Ramblin' Rose in Homer, and it's pretty much totally dependent on the Barrett fishery. And so its crew works hard all winter when we have Barrett fisheries, and the difference between a 1 million pound season and a 3 million pound season, makes the difference to those guys' lives. And I think it makes a big difference to the coastal communities. Barrett's used to, hopefully it'll come back. It seems to me like it's a cyclical fishery and that it's more environmental or not. And I don't think taking a few extra pounds of Barrett in years when the male abundance is stronger and the female abundance might be declining is gonna hurt much, but it's gonna really help be a real important thing to the boats and the communities like Homer where the boats live. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. McCarty.
Thank you. I'm allowed to speak more than once, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
New
Chairman.
information.
New information it is. Well, it's not actually, because it's from the letter that we sent. And so I'm noting that you're not hearing from the processing community directly in this conversation. And I just wanted to point out that we did have, as part of our committee deliberations for the last 2 years, we had the Pacific Seafood Processors Association, the North Pacific Crab Association, we had Trident Seafoods, Alyeska Seafoods, as well as the CDQ groups, the three that two of whom you've heard from. So I just wanted to point out that this result, this recommendation, is their recommendation as well. It was a pretty wide net that we cast. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have one more question for Scott. And the question is about the assessment of the crab stocks. How is that done? My understanding is there's an industry survey, then and a National Marine Service fish estimate or trawl survey.
Sure. So this would speak to what information is presented here in those two charts that I have put into the record copy. Those are National Marine Fisheries Service summer survey results only. So that's raw survey data that comes directly from the trawl survey completed each summer by the federal government. There's also an assessment model that is run by a federal stock assessment scientist in Seattle, and that person, who is one of our collaborators in the MSE, he basically takes the NMFS survey data and applies a number of different other options that help it scale according to environmental things like natural mortality, growth, and a few other things. One of the important ones that our group, the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation, has spent a lot of time focused on is how to help scale the federal trawl survey to account for a better estimate of what is the abundance of crab species measured each year. And basically what we know is that the NMFS survey catches few small crab and progressively gets better as you get bigger and bigger crabs. So there's what we call a size-dependent function. So in other words, the gear that the federal survey uses goes over the seabed, and it doesn't always stay hard in contact to pick up all crab. It'll miss some. So the little tiny guys, the small guys, the medium guys, they get missed at a high rate. And then as you get to bigger and bigger crab, you could start to catch a higher proportion of those. A lot of our work is focused on a separate crab-specific trawl survey. We've had NMFS scientists and ADF&G scientists on board those surveys with us. We've published the work for snow crab. We're still working on publishing it for other crab species. But the bottom line, and in a nutshell to answer you, is that the numbers that you're seeing in those charts and just the raw survey data would be a conservative and underestimate of what the crab we believe to be actually on the grounds. My comment there to finish would be that these are the big crab that you're looking at here. So it's not as striking of difference as in the small crab. Our gear and the trawl selectivity for the NMFS survey is very, very striking for the little, small, tiny guys. They don't hardly catch any, and we catch enough to see those size composition pulses. In terms of males, which are 5 inches plus, that we're talking about here, 4 to 5 inches or bigger, we're probably looking at a factor of about 0.7. So in other words, the NMFS survey is catching about 70% of what we believe to be there. For females, they're smaller, so it's worse on those because it's a size-dependent catchability.
And the gear you use is more on the bottom, so you catch the whole gamut of stock.
Yes, the gear that we have used for our so we've done this about a dozen years now, since about 2003. Focused on different species in different seasons, but our gear has an array of foot rope modifications that actually helps it penetrate the seabed slightly, so it digs in a little bit. It's kind of like a sod cutter. If you imagine pulling up sod in your yard, it looks a little bit like that in our video footage.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, board members? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. Could you repeat for me how you came to that 0.7 estimate, please?
Yes. So our studies to try and get at what we call trawl selectivity, we've done it a couple of different ways, but without getting too detailed here, our most direct and straightforward way is we've done it in a side-by-side manner. So the NMFS survey is conducted each year with 2 fishing boats that are chartered to do about a 2.5 or 3 month survey. They go in a grid across the Bering Sea up and down, north and south. In years where we have done a direct scaling experiment there, we've basically chartered a 3rd boat, and in a few years, actually 2 boats, so that we've had the opportunity to pair and do side-by-side towing, so our gear right next to theirs. And the strength of that is that we've minimized the spatial and temporal difference. The weakness, and we know there are some weaknesses, is that our gear digs in so much we can't tow as long as they do, and there's a lot more sediment, shells, broken material, mud, stuff that we have to take a lot of time to dig through and find the crab. But in essence, we've done side-by-side comparisons so that we're trying to do a standard catch estimate for the federal survey and a standard catch estimate for our survey, the same species, same size, and then put the numbers together, and it allows you to see that ratio. That's where you get the 0.7.
Thank you. Okay, further questions, board members? Further comments from the audience? Seeing none, we can move on to the next proposal, please.
For the record, my name is Miranda Westfall, and I'm the area management biologist for shellfish and groundfish in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. Proposal 262 would modify the definition of exploited legal males for Bering Sea snow crab, Caenacetes opilio. I would draw the board's attention to PC2, where this proposal was withdrawn. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Jamie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, and Miranda's right, we're withdrawing this proposal, and I'll submit a separate RC to that effect as well. But just to give you a little bit of background on this, we were looking at lowering the size limit for opilios, similar to what our neighbors in Canada have, all the way down to potentially 3.74. But we need some more information on what this would do to the future spawning biomass and the sustainability of the stock before we can move forward. So we'll continue working with the agencies as we consider this, but it may be a proposal you might see in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Mr. Herzog?
Because you all are going to be meeting again next year. Crab will be in cycle again, and we spent so much time working on Baird Eye, it's possible that we would bring it back to you in cycle next year. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, that was Mr. Herzog. Further comments on that? Okay, we'll go to the next proposal then, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 263 would allow the retention of incidentally harvested tanner crab during a Bering Sea snow crab season. Again, I'll draw the board's attention to PC2, where this proposal was withdrawn. Thank you.
Jamie, did you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie again with the Crabbers, and yes, Miranda's right, we're withdrawing this, and I'll submit an RC2 to that effect as well. But just for a little bit of background, we understand that this action would also require not only state action, but federal action for us to move forward with it. So we will look to the Joint Protocol Committee and see if that group between the board and the North Pacific Fishery Management Council would be a better place to address this. And we're looking for ways to pursue addressing incidental catch in our fishery. Thanks.
Thank you. Any comments on this one? Seeing none, I'll go to the next proposal, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 265 would clarify pre-season and fishery registrations, allow form submissions to the department by email, provide the department flexibility for registration locations, and provide the department the ability to waive tank inspections for rationalized crab fisheries. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do you have any brief comments on this one, or we'll just take it up in deliberations?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to talk about this more in deliberations. As the department, we're asking just for more flexibility and the ability to make the paperwork requirements for participating in a fishery more accessible for our fishermen. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Is there any comments on this from the public? Board members? Seeing none, next proposal, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 266 would change the season dates for the registration area of Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab Fishery from August 1st through April 30th to March 1st through October 31st. I'd again like to draw the board's attention to RC 25, in which the proposer has withdrawn this proposal. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. There's a proposer here. I want to speak to why he's withdrawing. I don't see any. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the next proposal, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 268 would allow gear transfer paperwork to be submitted to the department by email, and also allow the department the ability to restore gear rights and responsibilities to the gear owner within a fishing season. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comments are from the public? Is this just to simplify the process, Miranda?
Mr. Chairman, it is. It's to simplify the process and make it a little more accessible. Additionally, what we've these were regs that were put in place at rationalization, and what we've come to realize is as co-ops are formed and as vessels cooperatively fish for king crab in groups, oftentimes vessels that will transfer gear to another vessel, which is something we like to encourage because it reduces a lot of rail dumping that occurs and a lot of unnecessary mortality. We realize we have no mechanism, should a boat be reallocated quota to fish, to return their gear to a vessel. So this is creating more flexibility for the industry to use these regulations, which we encourage, but also giving us the ability to restore gear rights to a vessel, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Herzog. Wait for the mic.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and industry is very thankful and supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herzog. Any further comments?
Lance Farr, crab fisherman. We also supported this. This is like, I can't believe it took this many years to get it enacted, but it'd be a great help when you can transfer gear out on the ground. So, thanks.
Thank you. Further comments? Questions, board members? Seeing none, next proposal, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the board. For the record, my name is Bo Whiteside. I'm the Shellfish Observer Program Coordinator. Mr. Chair, Proposal 269. This will provide the department greater flexibility to revoke at-sea observer trainee permits. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Comments from the public? Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Jamie Goen, and this time I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the Crab Observer Oversight Task Force. And just a reminder that this board created that task force in 1999 to work with the department on any issues that come up with the observer programs and report back to the board as needed. And I'll just note that we support this proposal. I don't know if, can I go ahead and say that we support all of the observer proposals? Or do I need to speak each time?
Thank you. Go ahead.
And if I could add, so we support Proposal 269, 270, 271, and 272. And then I'll just remind you that under miscellaneous business, this board will need to decide whether to continue the Crab Observer Oversight Task Force, as well as renew 3-year terms for several members and consider some new members as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And you consider this a pretty valuable asset, Ms. Groen? You're supportive of it?
Yes, we're very supportive of continuing that task force. We found it very valuable and hope the department does too.
Okay, thanks. More comments from the public? Seeing none, board members? Seeing none, next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 270. This will specify unique briefing and debriefing requirements for trainee and certified observers. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think we've had public comments on that one. Anybody else? I've seen none. Next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 271. This would add regulation to specify marine safety requirements for fishing vessels carrying fishery observers. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comments? Public? I think it's a good idea. More safety is more better. Board members? more comments, board members? Okay. Proposal 272, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 272, this would specify minimum education requirements for trainee observer candidates. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comments from the public? Seeing none. Board members? Mr. Mariski, were you going to comment?
I was going to tell you what a great job you did, but
I'm not done yet. No.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that completes the Committee of the Whole number 3. Thank you.
now that you're done, you've done a great job, Mr. Jensen. Thank you. That completes our Committee of the Whole work. We will see everyone back here at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow and start deliberations, 8:30 a.m. Thank you.